Hello and welcome to another stream of Control. I finished the main game in the previous stream, and now we're going to be doing the first of the two DLCs, the Foundation, and then when it's Thursday for me, I'll be doing the Alan Wake DLC, finishing that, and then starting my Alan Wake 2 New Game Plus playthrough. However, we're up to the Foundation now, so that'll be this stream, doing the Foundation DLC. Thank you so much for the welcome back, Schiller. Thank you so much, and welcome back to you as well. Just pin that message to the top of chat. There we go. First, I want to talk to Emily. Let's speak to
I
Arish.
found a file on the old director, Northmore. Didn't list any dated death. You know anything about that?
Could be an error. The record staff process a lot of data. Maybe it just slipped through.
Yeah, maybe. I heard you closed the Hiss portal, or whatever it is we're calling it. And if we could just flush out the stragglers.
So, what's next for Simon Arish?
Well, first off, I'm banning all slide projectors. That's it. Seriously, though, we need to review our protocols. Research should not be making decisions that endanger the entire Bureau, no, fuck it, the entire fucking world, without some serious oversight.
I think Pope would agree. Certain people in the Bureau have been working in the shadows for too long.
And I'd like to make these HRAs part of the mandatory Bureau uniform. They're not stylish, but better safe than sorry.
I don't think anyone will complain. Not after this. What are your thoughts on me serving as director?
Well, I couldn't be more excited. I mean, look, don't get me wrong, Trench was fine, but... well, you pulled us back from the brink, so... well, I'm honored to serve, ma'am. I mean, fuck, shit. Phaeton. Sorry.
He'll get it one day. So, what's the situation in my bureau, Arish?
The situation is we are still up to our eyes in Hiss. Not to mention the months of repairs it's gonna take just to get this place up and running again.
But is it doable?
Of course it is. You just might need to tell some rangers to grab a wrench, once they're done hunting Hiss.
Did anyone ever mention to you that Darling was using the slide projector?
Salvador never did, but I doubt he even knew. Look, I'm well aware that it's our job to study and contain the things that we don't understand, but some of the things that Darling did were way outside of our mission statement. Look, these things are not toys, and acting like they are is only ever going to end one way. At least Pope seems to understand that.
Well, it's secure now. No one can reach it without my say-so.
But thank Christ for that.
Marshall's been missing for a while now. Any ideas where she could be?
The last time I saw her was in maintenance when I was leading the Rangers out of the Atlas. Yeah, I told her it wasn't safe, but she said she had to go check on something.
Did you ask where she was going?
Whew. Marshall is not the kind of person you question. Kind of intimidating, you know? But, she was by herself, if that helps at all.
Not really, but thanks. Hopefully she turns up. I'll see you later.
You know where I'll be.
Television proposal. Based on the success of America Overnight, we would like to propose the creation of a television series that presents superstition and skeptical thought as entertainment, in order to popularize these concepts among the civilian population and create less resistance to redirecting information regarding public paranatural events. We can also use a solid media outlet to test paranatural concepts on civilian audiences, seeing how they react to certain facts presented as fiction, in the event that the Bureau ever decides to make certain realities public knowledge. There are various show licenses that we could purchase and reboot rather than starting from scratch. One particular property seems promising, especially considering its content and tone are precisely what we're looking for. It's called Night Springs, and has been off the air for a few years now. Yes, I support this. There's actually an Alan Wake DLC. There's an Alan Wake live-action series that is in development, and it's going to be very interesting to see what they do with that. I have my fingers crossed that we'll get an actual episode that is actually a Night Springs episode in full. I think that'd be quite cool. Hey, Dr. Darling, you'll be lurking because you understood the DLCs even less than the normal game and you want to experience them yourself, which is a shame since you're a doctor. Exactly. You should know all of that stuff. That's totally fair, dude. Definitely understand that. That's for sure. But thank you so much for leaving the lurk.
Where are the files on parasitic entities I asked for?
I found a couple of relevant files in Dr. Darling's office. I'd have to dig through the archives for the rest, but I'm not going through the Panopticon. Not with the altered items loose.
Then go see if any ranger squads are available for a file retrieval mission.
Hey, Lidus. Thanks for the welcome back. I'm doing well, Lidus. Things have been going good. Making that good progress with the games this year so far as well. But yeah, things are going good. I hope that you're well too. You're always here, always in the shadow, always lurking. Well, thank you. It's muchly appreciated, Lidus. All the lurking that you do as well. Cheers, dude. Yeah. Yeah. So, I've got a lot of games planned this year. And having Monday to Friday for one game at a time is definitely going to help me do that, because I could, depending on the game, I could knock a few games out in one set of 5 days, Oh, that's awesome, dude. I'm glad to hear that you're going well. Variants and alterations. Analysis of the Hiss Threat, Part 5. Hiss corruption manifests in vastly different ways. Some hosts remain largely unchanged, while others are barely recognizable as human. What determines this level of alteration? Is it the duration of corruption? It could simply be an evolutionary process, each entity representing a stage of growth in an undiscovered linear progression leading towards what? Additionally, Hiss entities possess various paranatural abilities. How have they achieved this? Do they gain them from corrupting objects of power? Have they corrupted a single, highly talented para-utilitarian and divided their access to paranatural abilities across the network of his corrupted hosts? As a scientist, I am hindered by the sheer number of questions. It's difficult to identify where one should begin. What is the most pertinent question? How do we kill it? That seems like a good start. Refer to file redacted for full report.
Jesse, good to see you. We've got Dylan situated in his containment cell like you asked. I've got medical staff running tests as we speak, and I'd be happy to walk you through the details later. Other than that, what's next? With the slide projector turned off, the Hiss are shut out, but we're stuck with the ones already here. We can't lift the lockdown until they're all eradicated. If any Hiss ever got out, that would be the end of everything. Well, eliminating them all will take time. Look, I'll do what I can on my end, but my research is progressing slower than I'd like. I think I can help with that. I am making you the head of research, effective immediately. I want you to use everything the Bureau has, every resource, every confidential scrap of data, and find a way to keep the Hiss out for good. That's... really? I mean, yes, I can certainly... Yes! Yes, I accept. You'll do great. Besides, I didn't really have anyone else lined up. I'm honored, Jesse, really. Thank you. Do you remember Mr. Tomasi, the head of communications? The Hiss he was changed into showed up in containment, near the turntable. I'll take care of it. That thing's not getting away this time. I've heard reports about his particular use of language and intonation when repeating the Hiss babbling. The biological and behavioral distinctions between different Hiss-corrupted individuals is truly fascinating. I wonder if I could categorize the data And she's already off on her own thing. How do you feel about me taking over as director? You act like it just happened. You've been director since we first met, remember? I'm still thrilled. Nothing's changed. Not for me. But the Bureau has changed. Trench and Darling are gone. Their knowledge, anything not written down, disappeared with them. They knew the Bureau better than anyone. They're the Bureau's past, Emily. We won't operate like they did. We'll learn from their mistakes. We'll be better than they ever were. We won't ever be like them. When the hiss got into my head, I saw some weird things. I think Darling even spoke to me. Does that make any sense to you? Empirically, no, but phantom voices as well as hallucinatory states are not uncommon here. And considering the forces that Dr. Darling was working with, he could have been transferred to a different plane of consciousness, physically or otherwise. And that doesn't upset you? Oh, very. And the fact that he hid those forces from me? It's infuriating. But Darling's dream was always to look beyond our reality. This time he may have taken a step too far, but as long as his consciousness can perceive his surroundings, I'm sure he's loving it. Maybe Darling was just trying to protect you from the darker side of his work. Fuck that. I'm not a child. Like, don't just assume I'm going to consider something morally repugnant. Which it all was. Which it all was, of course. How was Dylan? The same. I can't detect any his activity, but his physiology has certainly been altered by it. I can't tell if his brain activity is genuine or simply the aftermath of the hiss, like spasms. Dylan could wake up tomorrow for all I know. I really can't say. Then I just have to wait for him. That's fair. He waited a long time for me. Don't worry. We'll be monitoring him round the clock. If he wakes up, we'll be ready. I don't mean that in a hostile way, just... well, you know. I hear you. My brother isn't exactly popular around here. I hope one day he'll have the chance to change that. So, there was a moment after Hedron died that I couldn't feel my powers. The hiss got into my head. Just for a moment. So that explains the HRA outage. Before we knew what was happening, the hiss had us. They were in my head. I saw terrible things. I mean, I was about to go under forever when the hiss was pushed back. The HRAs had come back on. Dylan vanished afterwards, and we fought off the hiss that came after him. So if Hedron's death knocked out the HRAs, that means there must be a new local source for them to relay, which I'm guessing must be... me. You. Hedron is dead, assuming that word even applies to a resonant-based life form. But whatever it awakened in you, the power you call Polaris, is still active. Or at least, that's what my instruments are telling me. I don't think we're ever gonna understand all of this. And I'm okay with that. I'm just glad you're here with me. That's good to know. Thanks, Emily. I found Dylan attacking the astral plane and the board. What was he hoping to accomplish? Huh. Since they arrived, Hiss have been corrupting objects of power, which have an inherent link to the astral plane. Maybe their goal was to access the astral plane, and the board itself. That still doesn't tell us why. His motives are a difficult thing to work out, but I have been digging through confidential files and noticed a strange gap in knowledge regarding the board. Looks like any data on them has either been deleted or was never gathered in the first place.
Then maybe it's time someone looked into that.
Maybe it is.
Well, I've got a bureau to run. See you soon.
Yes, ma'am, Director Faden.
Please, Emily. Not even as a joke.
There haven't been any Hiss sightings in the Ocean View Motel. Could survivors be hiding inside?
It's possible. I remember a report about a similar incident.
Alright, so we've heard that dialogue between Emily and the other agent. Alright, so there was a collectible that in the main game I didn't look at. Let's see, so just need to find out where it is in terms of categories. I made note of what it was, I just need to find the actual category in this documentation here. That Tamasi mission, I'm not actually going to do that for this. Okay, alright, so it was one of these videos. Foundation, here we go.
Any luck finding the armory?
None. Looks like it got shifted. We have rangers checking each sector.
Fuck, whose side is the house on? Alright, we'll keep teams looking. And post a watch on the old location just in case it shifts back. We need that fucking ammo.
Director Faden did a fine job handling this, especially considering how new she is.
I suppose, but the Hiss are still all over the Bureau. When is she gonna get them out?
I'm sure she's working on it. It wouldn't kill you to admit she's doing a good job.
Yeah, these things take time. The source of the Hiss, in terms of like it coming into the Bureau building, has been plugged, but that doesn't mean that there's no more Hiss left. It's like, I don't see...
Hope was promoted. Head of research.
What? The director's just handing out promotions?
I guess you better get in there.
Yeah, Agent 2, get off your ass and do something. Whoa. Visual glitch. There we go. For a moment there I was like, what the fuck is going on? Different outfits, but I'm going to keep the director's suit on.
Even if it was a dream, I feel Darling reached out to me through the hotline. I have a feeling he and Trench won't be the only callers from the beyond. Problem in the Foundation. That was Ahti's vacation spot. We need to check this out.
Hello there, Rosie. Welcome on in. How's things? We finished the main game, and so I'm doing the first of 2 DLCs now, the Foundation. The timing worked out well because then I can do the Alan Wake DLC when it's Thursday for me, and then jump straight into my New Game Plus Alan Wake 2 playthrough on the same day. So that'll work out well. It's always cool when I can get the timing like that. Segue from one thing to the next. Plus it'll be good for making progress as well. So yeah, things are going good. Oh, Rosie, that's a good call. Come to think of it, this is like the weapon of choice video, the video game. Yeah, that is probably one of the best music videos I've seen for a song. Would be that with Christopher Walken flying around everywhere.
Dark, quiet, trans-dimensional. This place really suits Ahti.
Since you mentioned it, Rosie, I'm going to put a link in to that. There we go. Good one, Rosie. Maybe Walken was the director pre-Trench. Now, he's an actor. I don't know if he's done any video game work, but he would have been a great choice to do some characters and stuff in, various games, whatever the case may be. Find Mr. Door. I mean, the door. Oh yeah, Rosie, certainly would. Another music video that I like, come to think of it, is Learn to Fly by the Foo Fighters. It's quite funny. Dave Grohl and some of the other band members play multiple different characters in the video. Of course, I would end up going the wrong fucking way. For someone who has enough trouble with orientation of things in a game, when you have a game where there's like spiraling paths and everything on the map, my brain is like, what the fuck is this? It's like trying to see a tiny spot that is amongst a field full of other tiny spots that look exactly the same, and you're trying to find a distinct way to get through. And so you keep going around in circles because you just can't see, and you feel like you're going nowhere, which fits the fact that that title just appeared on the screen for this part. Now we've got to take the friggin' long ride across.
So that etching is the door. Okay, let's try opening it.
Of course, that's right. It's literally next to the fucking control point. Melon.
No time for sightseeing. The board said this was an emergency. Looks like no one's been down here in a while. Crystals are kind of pretty. Emily would be having a field day down here.
Rosie, what games do you like that you don't stream? Let's see. So, these are games that I don't play like offline when I'm not streaming, or anything like that, because the majority of what I play is what I stream. So, the only time I play other games outside of the games I'm streaming is if I really, 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 really feel the need to play a certain game. But having said that, though, there are some games that I like that I haven't actually streamed yet. There's a lot of retro stuff that I haven't actually streamed yet as well. So some examples would be the Siphon Filter series, at least the first 3 games in that series. There's more, but I'm mainly a fan of the first 3. So there's that. Also, there's The Lost Vikings is a Super Nintendo, or was on the PC as well, and also on the Sega Genesis, I think, and other stuff too later on. But that's actually a funny game. So that's a game that I like as well. There's nothing in terms of like modern games that I'm a big fan of that I don't stream. You know what I mean? So I don't do multiplayer stuff even off stream, on my own and stuff like that. So it's mainly narrative-driven games as well. But yeah, there's a lot of games that I do like the look of and stuff, but haven't actually streamed yet, or even played at all, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, primarily what you see me stream is what I'm playing. I very rarely, just play a game anymore for my own sort of like leisure without streaming it. Because I'm sort of the mindset, if I'm going to do a playthrough of a game, I may as well stream it instead.
My life's been a strange one. Certainly stranger than I like.
The Foundation. Bottom of the oldest hell. Stop the hiss.
Marshall? How was she on the hotline? Unless she's dead. Jesus. She seemed like the kind of woman who could survive anything.
First, I'm going to cover that audio that we just heard the start of.
My life's been a strange one. Certainly stranger than I'd like. But this place, it's something else. The floors crawl, the walls slither. It's a shifting pit. On the street, it's just another drab building standing there for anyone to see. But no one does. How do we miss it? Northmore. Acting director Northmore now is on a train from Washington. He'll expect answers, which is why I'm making these tapes. They're evidence that I'm at least trying to understand. Father searched his entire life for something like this, and we find it 1 week after he's buried. He always hated irony. Of course, Father, the great director, Ash, would have been the first man in. And look at me, his bookworm son, the supposed head of research who can't stop his legs from shaking long enough to step over the threshold.
I only heard of the Foundation when I became head of operations. The very bottom of the oldest house. Director access only. Just the name alone is classified. Zachariah gave me a tour the day I was promoted. Said I should see it for myself, to understand. After that, I snuck down on my own from time to time to keep tabs on the place, and on them. But nothing ever changed down there. Not even the walls. It's solid, permanent, different from the rest of the house. Of course, they were always watching me. I never stayed long. I'm not stupid. I have to stop the Hiss from finding this place. I'm the only one who can.
That's true, Rosie. Yeah, that's sort of how I see it as well. At the same time, it's also one of those things where, like, there's some games that I haven't played for a long time, and I could play them. Like, for example, Siphon Filter. I could load up Siphon Filter and, play it whenever I want. But I'm like, I'm going to wait until I can fit it into the stream schedule and then do it. I was going to do it last year, but I ended up not liking the backwards compatible version that is available through PS Plus. But I do want to actually play those games again. But yeah, there's just some games where the only reason I haven't played them for a long time is because I'm waiting till the time I can actually fit them into a stream. And the other side of that too is sometimes it's a case of I'm not really in the mood to play those sorts of games on stream as well. But this year I want to make a effort to get to a lot of games that I either haven't streamed for a long time, games that I haven't streamed at all, and things that I've planned. Like, there's even been some things that I planned for 2022 that I never got around to do for the channel as well. Cave paintings on Art and Time. At first I thought the cave paintings in the Foundation chronicled ancient humans' encounters with the natural occurrences like weather, but it soon became clear they depicted events far outside the average human experience. Also, it seems I was wrong to assume the images are ancient. Radiocarbon dating suggests something impossible, that I've been down here longer than the paintings. That's absurd, though. The style and medium clearly indicate a Paleolithic origin. I was ready to conclude that an ancient community of humans lived in or around the oldest house. Now, with this information, I don't know what to think. Is one of our agents drawing these, or is there someone down here with us? This place has a habit of skewing my results, so perhaps the data is corrupted. Or perhaps some paintings were created at different times. The art does seem to chronicle not only the past, but also the present, and possibly even the future. I see in them echoes of the board, some linear architecture, even what could be interpreted as a director. Are the paintings telling a story that's still being written? If so, who is writing it? Dun dun dun! Bum 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 bum. I wonder who. These enemies are damn annoying. Hiss sharpened. Field research on the Hiss entity, Hiss sharpened agent. Summary. Hiss sharpened agents display the para-utilitarian ability to rapidly move short distances. This ability is unique in the fact that it's not associated with any known object of power. However, we should not discount the possibility that this ability is an object variation. For example, abrupt physical relocation, APR, could potentially be a variant of the jukebox's effect. Other explanations of the Hiss sharpen's ability currently include momentary time manipulation, brief increase in physical speed, inhibiting the witness's sense of sight. If we do accept that the Hiss sharpen's ability is not connected to a known object of power, then the Hiss are either manifesting unique paranatural abilities, or there are objects in the house that we aren't aware of. Either way, the Hiss are continuing to develop new strains of corruption, and that is cause for concern. Refer to file redacted for full report. Imagine, though, that there's objects of power that are actually invisible and can't be detected by anything. Like, imagine the most advanced technology that we have currently, but it not being able to even detect something like that. It'd be kind of freaky to sort of think. Relocation order. Tom, you missed the good news. I'm sure the official memo will go out soon, but Northmore called an all hands at the crossroads to announce we're finally moving out of this hellhole and up into the house proper. Bureau brass apparently solved the moving walls problem, or at least figured out a way to pinpoint where and when they happen. All I know is going up means goodbye darkness, goodbye weird lunches with that ex-Nazi scientist, and goodbye pissing into the pit. I know that was you, Barry. Northmore's ordering the Foundation sealed as soon as we can haul our stuff out and somehow convince Ash to come with us. He's the only one kicking up a fuss. This is long overdue. We've lost 11 men and damn near $10,000 in supplies moving between the entrance and the Foundation. And for what? Research? Ash is batty if he thinks we want to stay here and sift through more sand for him. It's just rusted iron flakes anyway. Did you know that? We are breathing that shit in. Rosie, like dark matter, we can only detect its effects. Yeah, it's like sort of I mean, and the other thing is too, like, you got different people's perceptions of stuff as well. Like, some people's hearing is more acute than others, so there might be some effects of something that only some people can notice because their hearing is of a certain level. Oh, this. You've got to help me. I'm a victim of society. not to mention halitosis. Thanks for redeeming that from Secret of Monkey Island, Dr. Casper. Welcome on in. Welcome back. Foundation accident. Mr. Wilder, I have some bad news. You remember that Robert Ricardo fellow we brought in as a special consultant to map the lower caves? Well, today he found a chamber with weird eyes covering every inch of the walls and a strange black pillar in the center. Kind of looks like the one at the crossroads, but smaller. We had a bureau member shadowing him, but whatever happened in there did a number on our guest. The docs are taking a look, but it's pretty clear Mr. Adventure's exploring days are over. I know we were careful to limit this guy's exposure to the non-ordinary. Drugging him and carrying him through the upper floor was a real hoot, by the way, but we really need to reevaluate our policies on external contractors. Honestly, we'd be better off forming a special division trained in rappelling and orienteering than subjecting more outsiders to the shit we deal with. They almost always end up dead or loony. Marcus. Rosie, maybe there's a cursed sewing machine or something in the center of every galaxy. Maybe. Maybe there's curtains that we don't see that are the reason why when the sun's out we can see it, but when the moon's out we can't see the sun. Or maybe we're born with it. Or maybe it's Maybelline.
The astral plane is cutting into our dimension. What if this happens in the upper floors? It'll destroy the Bureau.
Damn it. Of course, we couldn't grab that little tiny bit. We're fucking dead. Oh no, we're not, that's right. Not in this part.
You're as repulsive as a monkey in a negligee. I look that much like your fiancé.
Sorry, but the Monkey Island insults are gold mine for impressions. They well and truly are. You're not wrong there, as well. Speaking of games that I haven't played for a while that I want to get to, the Monkey Island series, I want to do a marathon of that this year as well. Rosie cursed Maybelline, you can believe that. That's true. Maybelline might be cursed. Same with Google. I mean Skynet, not Google.
I wish I'd brought Emily with me. I could really use my head of research right about now.
Marshall? Marshall! You're alive! Wait! It's Jesse! The director!
Whoa. This place is huge.
Marshall? Can you hear me?
She was on the hotline, so that person couldn't have been Marshall, right? One problem at a time. Let's see what's going on with that pillar first.
It's been 5 days since we first entered the building. Traversing the interior is dangerous due to the shifting, but we did manage to find a lower cavern that seems structurally predictable, which is a scientific way of saying its walls won't crush us in our sleep. Northmore even made a discovery. A pistol placed on a stone pedestal in front of that strange ebony pillar. Seems like something out of a storybook, except the heroes usually find swords, not handguns. But it is the perfect lure for someone like him. Hours after finding this weapon, Northmore cornered me to spout some nonsense about how the board had made him the director. He ranted about the title being meaningless before now, calling Father and all other previous directors shams, frauds, and worse. I think this place is worse for Northmore than it is for me. Strangest thing? There was no pedestal in front of that pillar a day ago. This building has swallowed a dozen of my men, and now it's handing out presents? Is it playing some sort of game? If it is, we're most certainly losing. Oh, we don't even know the rules.
Foundation Pillar. On the nature of the pillar. The pillar found in the crossroads is best described as an onyx spike that protrudes from the cave floor like an imposing stalagmite. Despite its aggressive silhouette, the structure has an undeniable allure. Freud would certainly have something to say about the pillar's overly erect nature, but I'm more drawn to Whitmore's essay on dynamic layers, structures within structures, the fractal mirror in every being. Given its significant location, I believe the pillar is either the very heart of the oldest house or an intrusion within that heart. Or perhaps it's like the husk of a seed from which the oldest house sprouted. Trottier wrote that great architecture isn't built, it grows. But then why does the pillar look so different from the rest of this place's concrete walls and rocky caverns? It's easier to see it as an anomaly, a buried artifact, a foreign body, a demonic phallus. I wonder if this pillar is any more welcome here than we are. Astral copy. Field research on astral entity. With the astral plane now physically accessible, a torrent of new information has been collected on the entities known as astral copies. The copies' bodies are composed of a dense stone-like material that is both resilient under controlled circumstances and brittle when struck with significant force. See Report 811-1633 for full composition analysis. Whether the astral copies possess individual consciousness or are directed by a higher intelligence, such as the board, remains unknown. However, their shared aggression seems to indicate a unified goal. Director Faden's encounters with these entities when binding objects of power in the astral plane indicate they serve as live targets for potential para-utilitarians to practice on. Some have been equipped with Bureau weaponry, though it seems unlikely they were armed by our personnel. It is important to note that they appear immune to Hiss corruption. Refer to file redacted for full report.
It's
on ley lines and their energies. For all my research into the oldest house's ley lines, I still don't understand why they converge here at the base of this pillar. I suppose the simplest reason is that they have to converge somewhere. Occam's razor and all that, but that seems wrong. The esoteric world abhors coincidence. So what is the true relationship between this pillar and the ley lines? Does it act as a magnet, attracting them, polar north? Or is the pillar a product of their focus energies, a sprout, nourished by the constant flow of the oldest house's power? Perhaps classifying that power would provide some insight. However, we currently have no means of measuring or quantifying it. Given time, it may become possible to collect and even harness this energy. On that note, Northmore is bringing in the much lauded Dr. Gustav Wagner from headquarters in DC to aid in my research. I suppose that's his way of saying he doesn't trust me to work unsupervised. Let's just hope that Dr. Wagner is as smart as his dearly departed Führer once believed him to be.
So I can only choose one? I thought I was done with these tests.
So the game makes you think in this DLC that you have to choose one or the other. And to begin with you do, but you ultimately get the ability to get the other that you don't pick. But I'm going to go for this one.
Okay, let's review. This broken pillar is called the Nail. It was broken by something, and now the astral plane is bleeding into the Foundation, which will destroy the oldest house, the Bureau, and everyone inside. I need to find 4 locks, or keys, or whatever, to stop that from happening. But I'm the director. I've handled worse. This should be simple-ish. You with me?
Not sure she's ready.
I'm here, aren't I? I saved the Bureau once, and I'll do it again.
I've served under 2 directors. 3 now, I suppose. Trench and I worked our way up together. We made it through the tough cases, the bad days, the casualties. He was the epitome of a good agent. Smart, decisive, selfless. Then he picked up that damn gun. Becoming director is a formal process overseen by the board. Lots of ritual and mystery. After that, key staff provide detailed briefs on all classified matters, past and present. But with Faden, well, there's no protocol for field promotion. The girl's smart, has a good head on her shoulders. I'm trusting her to handle the hiss upstairs, while I hold them off here. All this shit with the nail, the board, I'm not sure she's ready. Besides, I work better alone.
I'm in the astral plane. This bleed is just getting worse and worse. That's the cave sand. Looks like the astral bleed goes both ways.
Wear everything. Dear Science, there's a person in my pet salamander. He has human eyes. Why doesn't anyone else see him? I think it's like werewolves, but with every animal. Wear dogs, wear cats, wear otters, wear butterflies, wear everything. There are people inside and they can't get out. They're stuck in the animal body. It's not all animals, but it can be any animal. My parents don't believe me. Maybe this has happened before. I thought you would know. Sincerely, John Lemaine.
Hiss in the astral plane? That didn't stop.
Maneki Nico procedures. Maneki Nico statue. Altered item 48 PE. Containment procedure unknown. Description altered effect. A ceramic beckoning cat figurine, common luck object found in Japanese storefronts. The following is a list of the items observed altered effects. Non-corporeality, affinity for specific human behavior, and minor physical movement, waving its arm. Multiple simultaneous incarnations of this item have been observed. Whether these are independent altered items acting uniformly or replicated instances of altered item 48 is unknown. How the items originally arrived in the oldest house is unknown. It was first discovered sitting in the director's chair and was immediately contained in a panopticon cell. The next day, an agent noticed 2 additional figurines had appeared. Hours later, all 3 vanished. The items has been cited throughout the Bureau, appearing while agents perform redacted tasks. It is theorized that fulfilling certain unknown criteria will encourage the items to appear. Present location is unknown. Hello there, Ryu. Welcome on in. How's things going for you today? Awesome, Ryu. That's great. That's good to hear that you're going well.
Reminder, the Bureau does not have windows. If you notice...
Yep, it doesn't have Windows. It has Apple.
Reminder, the Bureau does not have windows. If you notice a window, immediately close your eyes and make your way to the nearest safe room. You are permitted to fashion a blindfold from an article of clothing. Any resulting lapse in dress code will be excused. Thank you for your attention.
Hello there, Barnes. Control. At the moment, things are out of control. How's things, Barnes? Welcome on in. G'day to you as well. I hope things are going good. America overnight fatality. Incident report. regarding off-site employee fatality. An item resembling a fondue set was sent to America Overnight's, aka FBC Initiative 72A, off-site studio accompanied by a threatening letter and cremated human remains. Longtime show producer Karen Harris was killed when she redacted her redacted into the item. Mr. Redacted, the program's host, was able to contain the item by redacted it. Action taken. The fondue set is undergoing evaluation at the FBC satellite facility in Redacted. The package was traced back to a P.O. box belonging to the Blessed Pictures production company. This same company was involved in the discovery of altered item 80. According to post office records, Blessed's P.O. box was opened in 1968 and paid through December 2029. Employees cannot recall anyone ever collecting mail from the P.O. box. Case 13HQ612 has been reopened. Attempts to locate the physical address or staff of Blessed Pictures are ongoing. It should be noted that during debriefing, Mr. Redacted revealed he was in a romantic relationship with Ms. Harris. He has since been placed on mandatory leave of absence for violating Bureau guidelines. Astral Mimic. Astral mimics are physically indistinguishable from astral copies, but considerably more dangerous due to the fact that they possess para-utilitarian abilities. The most notable ability witnessed is levitation. It is unknown how this astral entity gained its paranatural abilities. The relevant objects of power are currently bound to Director Faden, which indicates the objects are not responsible. However, objects of power are intrinsically linked to the board and the astral plane. A similar link between the objects and the mimics could also exist. Or perhaps the board is able to dispense these abilities at their leisure, with no trial in the astral plane required. The prevailing theory, however, is that the entities are simply replicating observed abilities performed by the Hiss, or even the Director herself, thanks to a prolonged exposure to our world caused by the astral bleed. Refer to file redacted for full report. Hello, Fridtjof. This game is on your to-do list, but you don't know much about it. A third-person shooter with superpowers. Basically, yeah, that's definitely a good way to describe it. Third-person shooter with superpowers. It's part of the Alan Wake universe. However, you don't have to have played Alan Wake 1 to enjoy the game. It works as a story in and of itself separate from Alan Wake, but there are references and things like that in this, and there's a whole DLC actually focused on Alan Wake material. You find some in the main game, but yeah, you can play this game without having played Alan Wake. But if you have played Alan Wake, then there's a lot of like really cool references and Easter eggs and stuff. Oh, you have? Oh, nice, Freddy-Off. Cool. Cool, yeah, there's a lot of really good stuff in this related to Alan Wake. Green, I don't know if you can see this because I don't know if I'm really here. I see a pen in my hand, I see myself, but it's all wrong. It's the wrong angle, it's the wrong me, and it's all green. Look out for the color green. Everything turns green when it's close. Don't let it get close. Don't let it in. But if you do, no matter what, you do not speak to it. Please, I need you safe, Peggy. I don't want you to end up here too. I don't know where I've gone. Well, if you can't help yourself, then I can't help you either, because I have no idea.
Entry day plus 86.
I'll play that without the other sound effects interfering with it.
Entry day plus 86. There's been a change. Hercules and Mabel... I mean, id numbers 3 and 11 attacked my staff today. 2 fatalities. 3 if you count Mabel. She was always so kind. As a result, we are abandoning the Foundation. Northmore gave the order to transfer our resources to the upper floors. Now that my control points allow us to safely come and go from the New York streets. Did I forget to include that fact in my previous logs? I've been so busy. Using the arrays I made. Control points have been established throughout the oldest house. Excuse me if I don't sound excited, it's just... A few months ago, I would have been overjoyed to leave the Foundation. But now I realize I've grown fond of it. There's something deep in the stone here, deeper than that watching presence. Something warm. I feel it needing me. I won't go. I'll refuse. Northmore won't be happy, but so be it. I'm starting to see him for what he is. An impotent storm. Father Shade in a cheap suit.
I like the name of that audio being called Departure.
Another etching, like the one I used to get in here. Is this the lock/key the board told me about? Just doing my job. First one down. Director Faden's got this covered.
Jesse, hey!
Emily, how did she get down here?
What are you doing down here, Emily?
What do you mean? You called me down, remember?
I'm pretty sure I didn't.
No, that's right. You didn't. But then, I remember you needing me to come here. I mean, you even told me how to get in. Let's just chalk it up to synchronicity so we can get to work.
She takes everything in stride.
The board called me down here to deal with the situation. The astral plane is
colliding with our world, I know. Isn't it fascinating? I never even considered that the astral plane could be a physical volume expanding beyond its dimensional container. The bleed is localized to this area, but its growth rate seems steady. Given time, it will consume the entire Bureau, and possibly beyond.
That's what I'm here to stop. The board told me to fix the nail over there by dismantling 4 locks in the astral plane. Funny, I think it's put itself back together a bit.
So that could be due to the law of inverse exchange. For every associated component you remove, this nail reconstructs. Or possibly some variation of anti-sympathy. Don't worry, I'll look into it. Did you notice all the Bureau infrastructure? It looks like there was a research team stationed down here at some point. Do you think Darling knew about this?
I'd put money on it. That reminds me, have you seen Marshall? She contacted me over the hotline, but then I saw her walking around.
I haven't seen her. The hotline only connects to extraplanar entities. Or dead people. But Marshall's proved time and time again that she's a survivor.
That's exactly what I thought.
Anyway, I've been looking into the minerals growing down here. Have you noticed how they insist on maintaining a certain form? Maybe some sort of a state memory, or they consciously prefer a certain shape?
I think we're on a clock here, Emily. I need to stop the astral bleeding before it brings the oldest house down. See what you can find out from the nail in the meantime. And send out some rangers to look for Marshall. She may be in trouble.
Will do, Jesse. If you see anything interesting, remember to take detailed notes. The Rangers have tapped into an old radio network they found around the Foundation. So if you need backup, just call them at one of the stations.
How did the Hiss get into the Foundation?
Same way we did, I imagine. But you need to remember that the Hiss are the embodiment of persistence. Their nature seems to be one of force, to find every possible vulnerability and exploit it. Their only goal is consumption.
I'm sure there's plenty of goodies for them down here. The nail, for instance.
If the Hiss could corrupt the nail, I'm sure they would have by now. It must not interest them in its broken state. They could be distracted by the numerous unknown paranatural materials I'm sure are lying around. These are the roots of the oldest house. The Hiss will find plenty of ways to make trouble.
They're pretty good at that. So you've never heard of the Foundation, huh?
I've never even seen the name referenced. Clearly it's highly classified, but for what reason? The problem with these kinds of closed-off hidden areas is that they were likely sealed for good reason. But now no one is left to tell us what that reason was.
Any guesses why the Bureau would hide something like this?
I only know what I've observed. This place is spatially rigid, which means it doesn't shift like the rest of the oldest house. Before you ask why that is, I have to admit that I'm clueless. There's some signal interfering with my equipment, making it hard to get a clear reading. It's being emitted from the floor. Maybe I should have brought a jackhammer.
The astral plane is already taking chunks out of this place, Emily. Let's not add to it. So let me get this straight. The astral plane is bleeding into the Foundation.
Correct.
And that's happening because the nail is damaged.
I'd say it's a bit more than damaged, but yes, that is my understanding.
So what's the connection between the nail and the astral plane?
It's a good question. See, I always pictured objects of power as strings between our plane and the astral. If the nail has a similar relationship, then maybe it's more accurate to think of it like plumbing. Now that the nail is busted, sewage is gushing everywhere.
Not the prettiest metaphor.
I should get back out there.
Agreed. The astral bleed won't stop itself.
Give us a call on the radios if you need help out there, Director.
That actually works out better. I didn't realize that it was a spot that I had a fast travel location for yet.
Worst I've ever seen is take the nail. End of the world.
So I can't let the hiss take the nail. Not a problem. I know how to handle them.
I snuck into the Foundation through a back door I know. Had to get ahead of the hiss. Just a matter of bypassing the ritual protections. Luckily, the board's as distracted as the rest of the Bureau. I had to put on a brave face up there, but the situation is the worst I've ever seen. We're getting back on our feet, but we've already lost so much. Trench is dead. Darling is somewhere. I'm the only one left. But I still have a job to do. Keep the hiss back. There's not enough HRAs to spare, so I'll have to make do with what I've got. Frankly, I don't even know what will happen if the hiss take the nail. Trench made it sound like it'd be the end of the world. He was never one to exaggerate. Well, orders are orders, even if they come from a dead man.
Maybe in saying the end of the world, he hit the nail on the head.
this is the director. I need backup at my location.
Let's put him down!
Another etching.
Hello? Board, are you there? Okay, what the hell is going on? Wait, I'm back here? Wasn't my idea. Blame the eyeball. Former. Yeah, we've had our differences. But it is giving me something you won't.
Hello there, Cody. Welcome, dude. I hope things are going good.
I don't like you deciding what I can't have.
Excellent, Cody. That's great, dude. That's awesome that you're going good. As for me, I'm doing really good. Wednesday is going well, although it'll be Thursday for me soon. It's almost midnight. But it's going good. I finished the main game of Control earlier, and this is the first of 2 DLCs. You can do them in any order, but I'm doing them in the order so that the second DLC that I do will be the Alan Wake related stuff, because I'm going to be doing Alan Wake 2 New Game Plus after this game's finished. So that'll work out well. Oh, cheers, Cody. Yeah. Hey, Adrian. How's things? Never have before, Cody, no. I've never had that happen. So what happened? Adrian is kind of curious AWE unlocks before Foundation, even though they came out in the reverse order originally. Yeah, I don't know what their reasoning for that was. Whenever I have done the DLCs, I've always done them in that order as well. Because usually I've played Alan Wake 1 before I've done a playthrough of Control. Because ever since I first played this game and I knew that it was set in the Control universe, I played Alan Wake first in that order before tackling this game. And so whenever I do playthroughs of Control, it always tends to follow a playthrough of Alan Wake. Well, at least my first stream of the year, which is Alan Wake always. But yeah, I think it works out well if you do them in that order now, especially because of Alan Wake 2 finally being out.
I'm getting pretty tired of being jerked around the astral plane. If you're listening, I want some answers.
Cody, you have, and someone else you know has. There is someone called Febby Dodo, and anyone in his top 10 cheer has had bits stolen. You don't even know the guy, never followed him either. Never actually heard of them before either, to be honest. Let's have a look. Okay, so going on to twitchtracker.com, there's a few different variations of that same channel as well. Multiples even that have the same image, just different variations on it as well. Adrian, you ordered one of those fancy PS5 SSD radiators, but you have to wait a little longer because they're importing it from Germany. Oh, really? So how much time extra on top do you have to actually wait? Oh, so it's a couple of days extra? Oh, that's not too bad.
Hi there. It was nice of you to give me something the board wouldn't. What are you getting out of it? So I'm just supposed to believe you're a particularly charitable, whatever you are? Hungry? I mean, yeah, actually, I'd love a sandwich or something. That's not what you meant, was it? Are you part of the board? Or used to be? Okay, so you split because the board blamed you for... Gotta be easier to play charades. Do I need to rescue someone? I don't know what I expected. Listen, this has been great, but I have to go. Thanks for your help, and, stay out of trouble.
What was Former trying to tell me about the board? Should I trust either of them?
Adrian, usually when you order something online from Polish stores, the thing arrives in 2 days maximum. Oh, 2 days, yeah. That's fair enough. Panini. This guy needs to improve his English. Yeah, I like the way that they did the, the way that the board, sorry, on the astral plane. I like how they talk, how they have like a word then slash another word and all that kind of stuff. Astral spike. Field research on astral entity astral spike. Astral spikes are metastructural entities found in the astral plane. Their existence was first confirmed when a single spike traveled into our dimension through the mind of an astronaut. See report redacted for details, RE Agent Gibson. Astral spikes seem to exist beyond our dimension's physical laws. They do not resemble any living creature or animate object we have yet encountered. They are even dissimilar to astral copies, despite the fact that both originate from the astral plane. The spikes are immensely dangerous, emitting a wavelength that disrupts all organic and inorganic matter in their immediate vicinity, with catastrophic results. Discerning the nature of this wavelength has been difficult for obvious reasons, but the parakinesiology department continues to investigate. Refer to file redacted for full report. Code looked like they were constantly swearing. Yeah, that particular entity, the former, likes to curse a lot. Or what would seemingly be cursing.
The Rangers found a section of the containment sector in the caves, but no house shifts occur down here. Strange.
Strange? Who am I to judge?
I should get back out there.
Agreed. The astral bleed won't stop itself.
All the tests are running.
Adrian got lots of spare ability points there. I do. Yeah, I've been very frugal with my points in this playthrough. There's certain things I don't bother with, like melee as well. I never put points into that. I find it's kind of like in The Evil Within. You can increase your melee damage, but I just don't worry about that. The only time I've done that is if I'm doing a playthrough or I wanted to unlock everything, but yeah. There's just some points where it's like, eh. And there's other ones where it's like, I can get by without having it. Adrian, use a potion, but I'm saving them. It's the final battle. But I only have 98 of them. That's well and truly me with the old school Tomb Raider games. I'm like, I don't know, game. You asking me to spend one of my 50 large medipacks? I don't know. I'm in the final area. I don't know if I might need all 58 of them.
This is Director Faden. Send a ranger to my position.
The Hiss are in for it now!
History of the Oldest House. The Oldest House has revealed much to me during my months in the Foundation, but many questions remain. Primarily, the tree etchings bewilder me. What is their significance? If the house has changed shape over its lifetime as I've theorized, then was a tree its first form? I sent a team to the Swatchman building in search of pre-settlement accounts of Manhattan Island. From those, I discovered a single relevant line. And there I found a tree not known to me, the devil twisted within its bark. That line, taken with the fact that certain American cultures believed some trees would offer wisdom and guidance, is indeed interesting. However, it's hardly firm evidence, and though I am now bound to the oldest house, I remain a man of science. Of course, there are numerous ancient beliefs regarding trees. Yggdrasil, the tree of knowledge, Yax, Imix, Che. Some cultures offered blood sacrifices to trees, while others claim trees endowed chosen individuals with inhuman powers. Do New York City's many murders act as sacrifice for the oldest house? Does the house have a chosen champion? Is it me? Xander Tigerclaw, thank you so much for the follow. Pyramidic geometry. On the pyramid and geometry. I've been going through my library, researching pyramids and triangles. If that shape does relate to the board, as Northmore says, then perhaps our predecessors in the occult can offer some insight through their geometric knowledge. In esotericism, the triangle is closely associated with the Holy Trinity and other three-part concepts, past, present, future, mind, body, spirit. Interestingly, the term board also implies multiple parts. Upright triangles in Judeo-Christian imagery indicate ascent into the rational/divine realm. Inverted, it signifies a descent into the corporeal/human. Naturally, the ascent is masculine and the fall is feminine. Adam and Eve. That's just a bit of old world patriarchy. It's 1964 now and we're well past that silliness. The irony of that line. Considering the above, what does the inverted triangle tell us about the board? They're clearly not corporeal or human. Perhaps they wish to be, or they once were. The likeliest answer is simply that theological imagery cannot help us define alien entities. But still, this pyramid seems significant. Shapes have power, and clearly so does the board. Makes you think, though. Throughout history, signs and symbols and all that kind of stuff have been used for multiple uses. And even nowadays, there's a big, heavy reliance on symbols to convey certain things, but also, companies and stuff like that having certain symbols and their logos that define something. And then you see that in language as well, especially with the internet age and how that expanded upon the different kinds of ways that people could communicate. Obviously, facial expressions in real life, in terms of like on the internet, are mainly, obviously emotes and emojis and all that kind of stuff to convey information. And certain symbols have certain meanings, of course, and obviously there are symbols that have one meaning in their initial existence, and then later on they get adopted by another group who then decide to change what that symbol actually means. And future generations, unless they research or they find out, will just think that the current form or the current meaning behind that logo or symbol is how it's always been, when that might not be the case, and all that kind of stuff. But the thing that I think about often too is, it's like if you say that in 10 years' time someone will fall over, I mean, that's a pretty general prediction. Of course, any day, anyone around the world could fall over. Now, does someone saying that someone's going to fall over in 10 years mean that they're psychic? Or is it just the fact that there's so many things that could happen that saying that is simply stating the fact that at some point there will be someone in 10 years' time who will fall over, but there's also someone in 5 minutes who's going to fall over, someone in 20 or an hour or a day or a month, So sometimes predictions, especially things, if you look at The Simpsons has been going long enough now that on some level it might be, oh wow, The Simpsons in 2000, which is now 24 years ago, they predicted that this was going to happen. And it's like, did they predict that it was going to happen, or were they basically predicting something that had a likelihood of happening, given the fact that 24 years has passed since that episode. And sometimes when we observe stuff, we might say, oh yeah, I remember that from a long time ago. But someone else might go, oh, this is the first I've seen this. I wonder what this means as well. So I think that we apply meaning to different things. Like if we wanted to, we could have said that a triangle was actually a circle. It's just that at some point it was agreed upon and it stuck that if you see a triangle, that's a triangle and that's what we're calling a triangle. But what if we wanted to change the meaning? 1,000 years from now, someone might look at a triangle and say, oh, that's a good looking circle. But it's not a circle, it's a triangle, But symbols and logos and all that kind of stuff and shapes of things and patterns are just things that exist in everyday life. And either consciously or subconsciously, we're always experiencing different kinds of symbols all over the place. Like symbols like, someone slipping over on a sign to signify that the floor is wet and for people to watch out, all those kinds of things. Hey Lucinda, good morning. Welcome on in. Control is going really, really good. I'm actually ahead of what I anticipated to be the schedule. So we're on to the first of 2 DLCs, and I'll be finishing it in this stream, which then means instead of starting Alan Wake 2 on Friday, I'll be starting it on Thursday, because I'll be doing the Alan Wake DLC for this tomorrow, Thursday. So that worked out really, really well. So it's going really good. How's things going with you?
Is this a Bureau ID badge? Looks so old. Hope will definitely want to see this.
I don't know if I'll do this for this playthrough, but we'll see. Listen, things are going alright. You slept in for a little bit today. Still might nap more later. Oh, well, that's good, though, that you got some of a sleep in. Especially, do you have to work today? So is it a day off work and stream, or just a day off stream? Listen, just a day off stream. You work later, but not for another, 5 hours. Oh, well, that's good. It's good that you've got a bit of time before you actually have to start. Sheila, you hate bugged achievements. You just finished the Forgotten Saga and also did something for one achievement for that section of the game, and the trophy didn't pop up. And according to some forums, it's random if it shows up or not. Classic Ubisoft. Oh no, Sheila. That kind of thing is just so absolutely friggin' frustrating. That sucks that that happened. Listen, the only day you don't work or stream is the one weekend day you get every other week. Oh, I see, Lucinda, yeah, so it's every other week. And just one. Yeah. These are new enemies that they add in the DLC, which are fucking annoying. Meteor Hill, Altered World Event 3. Note, per archival mandates 8.A, this document has been edited to meet current administrative standards. Certain terminology may be out of date. This paradimensional occurrence consisted of 3 sequential sinkholes induced by subterranean implosions revealing foreign material of magmatic qualities. A local chapter of the Youth Science League were participating in an archaeological dig on the hill when the event occurred. Many boys were injured in the resulting collapse. Some touched the magma directly. Bureau agents arrived at the scene 7 days after the incident. Samples of the lava-like material were taken. The area was quickly sealed off from the public at our recommendation. Our aim was to ensure all remnants of the material were rendered inoffensive, but the magma descended too deeply into the earth to retrieve. Foul-smelling odors were detected in the area, which were hypothesized being the dissipated elements vapor trail left at the scene. All acquired material was delivered to Washington for examination in the Bureau's on-site laboratories. Cody, you're on your day off, then back in for 2 nights and then 4 days off. That's good that you're on your day off, Cody. So do you like that sort of arrangement? Is that something that works out well for you, that sort of like alternating thing?
Weird place to leave an ID card, but okay. It's working. It won't go any higher. I wonder if I can charge it up somehow.
Cody, you're loving the new shifts as you get more days off than before? Oh, nice, Cody. That works out well then. That'd be good too. You'll be able to get a lot more done on those days off as well. Or have more time to just, relax and chill out if you do have the time and stuff.
28 days now spent inside what we're calling the oldest house. Northmore insists on the name. I'm too tired to ask why. I'm not sleeping well. Per orders, me and my research team have established a permanent examination lab in the Foundation. I basically live down here now, like the obedient head of research Father raised me to be. I spend my days investigating that odd pillar where Northmore found the handgun. The work was half-hearted at first, I admit. But then I discovered numerous non-Aristotelian energy channels converging at its base. Ley lines, dragon roads, Hyligalinian, call them what you want. But this pillar is the crossroads. I started building something. Equal parts talisman and technology. An array that can impose order on the ley junctions. That's the idea, at least. We'll see when I'm done. I prefer to work away from the pillar. I'm not the only one who feels like that thing has eyes.
What I like about this DLC is that it gives you an insight into things that happened at the Bureau years and years and years before the current story. And the fact that in this DLC they do that, and you're learning about the literal foundations of the actual building, I think was really, really nicely done. Cody, totally agree. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's good to have that time up your sleeve. Oh, you did, Viper? So what did you end up getting in terms of versions? Viper, you got the regular version. It's free through Game Pass. Oh, that's nice that you're taking advantage of that, Viper. That's really cool. It's good to be able to use that when you can. Power cores. On the invention of the power core. After numerous attempts, I've finally found a way to intercept and contain the ambient energy of the ley lines in a kind of non-Aristotelian battery I've dubbed the power core. I admit it was difficult capturing an energy I can barely measure, much less interact with. Luckily, it seems that the porous stone of the Foundation's caverns possesses such conductive qualities. Using stone flakes and copper wire, my power cores collect significant power. My early prototypes collected too much, in fact, but I've since reinforced the container. We don't yet know the repercussions of tapping into this power field. As a precaution, these devices should not be taken outside of the house. Ideally, the Bureau should no longer need to rely on typical energy sources. It's my greatest feat of engineering yet. I've always had an interest in an invention. I like the creativity that it allowed, set within the firm boundaries of logic and physics. Father never approved, calling it a mundane science. With that in mind, I dedicate this invention to Theodore Ashe Sr. May he scowl in peace. Oh yeah, this would have been the
28
log that we just listened to. Some of the logs I haven't gone into the menu to listen to without any other sounds because the other sounds haven't been that intrusive. The rod, the one you're grabbing, didn't have any power to it. That might help. What am I, an electrician? Viper, do you guys think you should stream it later on? Well, I mean, you know, if you want to. Just depends, really, on what you're in the mood for. Yeah, Lucinda, I thought I'd throw that in there. It'd be cool if there was a line in this game, too. Or Jesse said that. Cody, you're seeing elements of Dead Space in this game? Oh, nice, Cody, cool. Yeah, I think there's probably some elements of Doom as well, in terms of like having these research divisions with, you know, these different forms of kind of like, you know, supernatural or otherwise phenomena. Okay, damage while aiming. That's less than what I have, so we won't be equipping that.
Entry day plus 51. Northmore has ordered an all-hands search for objects similar to the service weapon. He claims there are more in the house, though I don't see how he's so certain. He's been strange lately, talking about joining greater causes and frequently mentioning a pyramid. After pressing him, he finally described this pyramid to me. Inverted, black, mathematically perfect. Oddly enough, Adam and the other id have shown me numerous inverted triangles painted on the cave walls. Surely there's a connection, but I don't see it yet. As far as occult symbols go, triangles are by no means rare. Flood, Levi, Kroll, they used that shape like it was going out of fashion. Standing on their base, triangles signify stability and strength. Inverted on their points, they represent conflict and stagnation. Of course, the orientation is just a matter of perspective. Looking at the pyramid from below gives you one, from above another. Northmore says he looks up at the inverted pyramid. I have to wonder, is anyone standing over it, looking down?
That's a good point, actually. But perspective is another thing as well that comes into play with a lot of stuff. That's the great thing about this game. Like, there's concepts that for this game, they might seem, you know, strictly fictional video game relevance stuff, but it can make you think about, you know, real stuff, like perspective on things and symbolisms and, you know, what they mean, and how for one person some symbols might mean something completely different as well, you know, depending on perspective. So him talking about a triangle on its base being something that is, you know, strong, you know, whatever positive kind of attributes you want to put to it, whereas an inverted one is the opposite. However, if you're looking at the triangle that is inverted upside down, it would appear to be on its base. And vice versa, if you're looking at a pyramid or triangle that was on its base upside down, it would look inverted as well. And then you start to think, like, obviously there's pyramids that were built and they're not what you would call triangle shaped necessarily, but they still sort of have a construction where there's a base that starts out thicker, and as it goes up, it gets thinner and thinner until there's like a top of it, a peak of it as well. So it makes you wonder, like, you know, why weren't those structures just, you know, square shaped or whatever, like a lot of buildings are made to be. There is probably some meaning behind the shape that was chosen to make the pyramids, you know, out of. Alright, so I'm on the 3rd floor now.
Who should I be listening to? Weird Entity A or B? Or neither? Let's just stay the course for now. The Bureau's in danger. We know we need to repair the nail. The astral plane won't break reality on my watch.
No. I thought I could be a smart ass and friggin' get out of the elevator before. But nope. The game blocked access. Although, because I've unlocked control points / fast travel points, I can get to the other one a bit quicker. There we go. That'll do the trick. When in doubt, go for the punch out. Oh, I fucking forgot. Oh, hang on. Maybe I didn't forget. Maybe I forgot that the last time I thought I forgot, but I didn't actually forget.
There's the etching. They sure changed their tune all of a sudden. I'm overthinking this whole board former thing. They can sort out their own business so long as it doesn't get in my way. Obsessing over these problems is something Trench would do. But I've got my intuition. And you.
Jesse, you're back. So did you find anything noteworthy? The original Bureau expedition down here left so much interesting stuff behind.
Like their ID cards. I picked up a weird one. It's pretty old.
Oh wow, look at that. Yeah, I found a few ID cards myself. Or, more accurately, the Rangers found them for me.
Are you starting a collection?
I'm going for the whole set. I kid, of course. But I suppose they are sort of like baseball cards, except for Bureau stuff from the 60s. Hey, the one you found is different than mine. It looks like it's a higher clearance level.
A rare one, then. Want to keep it, Emily?
Yeah, I absolutely do. But I think you should hang on to it for now. High clearance access might come in handy.
Sounds like you have something in mind.
Guilty. See, I've been going through Dr. Ash's notes, or the ones I can find, anyway. Like Darling, he seemed to enjoy hiding his most relevant research. From what I gather, there is another floor beneath the warehouse with a special lab that requires 5 high-level staff members just to access. Here, take this. It's an old skeleton key. Something else the Rangers found. I give them $5 for every useful trinket they bring me.
I'm gonna assume this key is my ticket to that lower floor. And that super secret lab you mentioned.
Bingo bango, as Dr. Darling used to say. But keep your eyes peeled for more ID cards around the warehouse. If Ash's notes are reliable, and I'm sure they are, then 5 is the magic number. The nail is almost repaired. You really do have a knack for this kind of work.
Any progress with the nail?
Of course. I've been busy with surface analysis. Its composition is remarkably similar to that of material found in the astral plane, but it alters itself between my observations. It's almost as if it doesn't like being examined.
So the nail is from the astral plane?
Not necessarily. See, if we assume that, we're suddenly facing a lot of new questions. How did something so large get out of the astral plane? How did it get inside the oldest house? Did a threshold bring it in? Did people? Maybe through the motel.
Maybe it was always here.
Doubtful.
Or maybe it's like an ingrown toenail.
Have you spent any time looking into the crystals growing around here?
As if I could resist. The biggest question is where it comes from. A threshold? Or is it native to the Foundation? But if so, why doesn't it grow in the rest of the oldest house? The fact that they returned to an earlier state when damaged is severely inconsistent with our reality's adherence to linear time. So either they're A, partially conscious, or B, organic elements that are foreign to and yet influenced by our dimension. The jury's still out. Have you learned anything about the crystals?
I have a power that lets me stretch them.
Huh.
Yep. Any idea what Marshall would be doing down here?
That information is on a need-to-know basis, Faden. Sorry, I couldn't resist. But honestly, I never had much interaction with Marshall. She only came to me when she was looking for Darling. But this is Helen Marshall we're talking about, the woman who single-handedly dealt with the Bergen Peak AWE. If she's down here, it's because she needs to be.
Well, clearly she couldn't handle this one on her own.
I'll see you later, Emily.
Good luck. Take notes.
You got this, Director.
Don't be a stranger.
This area looks newer. Is it from the upper floors? Behind that his barrier.
Shift Account Part 1. To whoever finds this, I'm Containment Processes Designer Jeanne Gibbs, and I am writing this to document the largest building shift to ever occur. Here are the facts. A considerably large section of the containment sector, including the processes and protocols offices, our research facilities, and a fair chunk of the firebreak, has been yanked down to a chasm that reaches far below lobby level, I think. It was a violent shift, and I regret to report several casualties. Injuries were sustained by all, but many of us, myself included, are still mobile. We've set up a base camp and started triaging. There are little supplies. We explored our surroundings and found caverns of all things. Maybe we're inside some kind of cave threshold, like the quarry. Wherever we are, we're not the first. There were some rusty power cores, old lights, signs, infrastructure. What was this area used for? Why did they seal it off? Why have we never heard of it? More importantly, how are we going to get out? Maybe you can chew your way out. That might work. Kiev, AWE 37. A series of reverberating sounds observed in downtown Kiev with no clear point of origin. The event was witnessed by the city's general public. Mental and physical symptoms were reported, including aphasia, sleep paralysis, and excess redacted in the reported individuals. Due to the brief nature of the event, Overseas Bureau agents were not able to respond while it was active. Immediately upon arrival, agents collected audio recordings taken by local witnesses. All Bureau monitoring stations located at global junctions of acoustic amplification were directed to monitor any auditory events of similar pitch, wavelength, and duration in an effort to trace echoes or epicenters. In the following week, similar cases were reported from both various amateur sources and Bureau stations in major cities across the globe. The subsequent events diminished in volume and frequency per each occurrence. The event is believed to be generated by planar friction, though this is not confirmed. See file 71849062 for full hypothesis.
I need a ranger sent to this location, stat.
The Hiss are in for it now. Take it down!
Someone call a plumber.
It's a me. It's a me, Mario. I'll be your plumber. Computer program. Dear House of Representatives, my husband Francis read an article before he died about how the universe was really just a computer program. He believed it. I thought it sounded silly, but now I think he was right. Francis was hit by a car a few months ago, a drunk driver. I don't think it was supposed to happen. My neighbor's son Jeremy broke one of our windows with a football a week before Francis died. Francis yelled at Jeremy for it. He was a bit harsh. This is important because I see Jeremy on his computer through their living room window. He's on it all the time. His mother says he is a computer whiz. I think Jeremy is operating the computer program, and he changed the universe so that driver would hit Francis. He did it to get back at Francis for yelling at him. Is there a way to change the computer and make Francis come back? I have some memory if it's expensive. I have some money if it's expensive. I don't know how these things work. I don't care if Jeremy gets in trouble or not. I just want Francis to come home. Francis and I were happy together. I can feel him not being here and I know it's not right. Sincerely, Stephanie Miller. Yeah, those hackers.
You're listening to America Overnight, a beacon in the darkest recesses of possibility for more than 29 years. We have another letter from a listener. This one's unsigned, but postmarked from Toledo. It says, "Dear America Overnight, I have the most wonderful appliance for your listeners. It is a miracle of God. A fondue set. A fountain. A blessed gift. Blessed is spelled with a capital B. Go on, they write. Dive on in. It is molten hot. Perfect for meat." No signature. As far as I know, no fondue set was sent to us here at the studio. Just this letter. Wait, I think there's something else in the envelope. Some kind of black powder with white shards in it? Bone, maybe? Karen? What is this? Karen? We're on the air, Karen. Where are you? What? Oh, is this powder in the booth? Is this ash? Oh God. Karen? How do I cut the commercial?
There's a document that I read in this stream earlier, but I can't remember now which one it was, but it mentioned what happened in that America Overnight episode we just heard then. Shift Account Part 2. Gibbs reporting in. It has been 8 days since the collapse and still no sign of any rescue efforts. The Bureau is either completely unaware of our situation or are incapable of helping us, or maybe it's intentional. How many times have we seen the Bureau not give two shits about its own hardworking staff when they go missing in this place? How many times do we let it slide thinking, oh, at least it wasn't me? Too many, I'm ashamed to admit. Anyway, there have been some developments. Strange crystals have begun growing through the walls. They seem to block some corridors, but not others. The path to the caves is always left open, but we're not sure why. Luckily, the crystals keep out the astral spike. One's been hounding us for days. John, Nikolai, and Sarah went to try and find a radio, but never came back. We think the spike got them. I think it's hunting us. Doug says spikes only exist in the astral plane, so what the fuck is it doing here? If we get out of here, I'm hiring a lawyer. These are unsuitable working conditions.
Warning. Altered item detected in Transport Bay. Access is prohibited per Safety Regulation 18.A.
So that's the altered item. Looks pretty secure. No power. Typical. I should hire someone who builds smaller machines.
personnel may now safely enter. Have a Bureau full day.
They just couldn't control themselves with that fun. Oh, nice. That one's plus 68%. The one I currently have for the Pierce is actually just 63% of headshot damage. Let's just put that in there for now. Okay, where was it? Here. Headshot boost. Delete that one so we can pick up that one and then put that mod in. There we go. Hello there, Ronnie. How's it going, dude? New language. For immediate publication, I learned a brand new language. The fish taught me. You probably don't believe me, so I will prove it. Hulilel mioti. Yermiolobat. I'm not going to read this, sorry. See? Please publish this letter and maybe other fish speakers will get in touch. they'll be able to read my address, even if you can't. Jabini Rog. Larry Humbert. It's like if words were just like when you sneeze and shit goes flying everywhere and it lands on something. That's what that writing seemed like. Ron, it's going well. We have a long day at work today, but you're chilling right now. Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad that it's going well, dude. It's good to see you and chat again. I hope that when you do go to work, it is going to be really good. Listen, to remind you of Dory speaking whale in Finding Nemo. I haven't seen that for a very, very long time. But yeah, it's a bit fishy. Ronnie, you got to stream a little Red Dead 2 last night. A good time was had by all. Oh, that's excellent, dude. Yeah, I'll be starting my annual playthrough of that on the weekend. So you're stealing some hats. Movie camera supplement. Action Max camera. Altered item 80 UE. The item first came to the Bureau's attention after a hospitalized mailman from Redacted, Arkansas, claimed his injuries had been caused by a movie camera. Further investigation connected the incident to Altered Item 80, which was being shipped in the mail truck at the time. The packaged camera was later found in an empty warehouse. The return address led agents to a P.O. box located in the San Fernando Valley, belonging to a company called Blessed Pictures. Whether Blessed Pictures is involved in the creation and dissemination of the item's VHS films is unknown. See Investigation 13HQ612. The following is a list of all known films believed to have been shot by Altered Item 80 UE. Shoot First, Die Last, unreleased. Coffee Bullet, Billy's First Car, By Card, Delivery Disaster. Item was used in the filming of an unreleased western in 1968 on the Italian island of Sardinia. A cast member was killed during an on-set accident, stopping production. It is believed that Blessed Pictures bought the camera when equipment from the shoot was sold at auction. Oh yeah, Sheila, me neither. It's going to be good, and I'm taking an approach with the game that I myself have never taken before as well. So it's going to be interesting to play it in a different way than I'm used to. Lucinda, can't wait to see what it's going to be. Oh yeah, Lucinda. I started thinking about it sometime last year, and I was like, what's a way that I could play the game that is very different for my playstyle with the game as well, and something that has a lot of different aspects to it that, you know, could make for kind of like an interesting experience. Ronnie, are you going to be super kind to Micah to see if he's redeemable? No, but that'll be in the other playthrough that I postponed from last year. But first I need to antagonize everyone throughout the story and the camp. Sheila, just wait until you get to explore England at 500. Oh yeah, especially if you do it by foot. Shift account part 3. It's clear no one is coming. We're running out of ideas and supplies. We tried going into the caves to find anything edible, but all we found were noxious gases and endless pits. The crystals only let us go one way, even though we could see the caves branched out. We did find some weird spiky pillar. I only got a glimpse of it before the astral spikes attacked. There are a few of them this time. We lost a lot of people. There's only 6 of us left. We didn't ask for this. We didn't want to come down here. I'm convinced something brought us here. The others say I'm going nuts, but it's clear that this was no house shift. Shifts slide a bathroom a sector over, or rotate a hallway. They don't drop full divisions into some caves. We were brought here, I know it. But for what? Why tear us away from our lives just to torture us? If this is some sort of test or mission, then here's some advice for whoever's running it. Give out clearer instructions next time. I hope these notes are a good read for whatever Ranger finds them. Fuck you. Put that in your report. Gibbs. Sheila, you did it by foot twice. This game needed a New Game Plus. Yeah. It's like, Ubisoft, come on. Oh, we couldn't implement New Game Plus because the game wasn't designed from the beginning to implement it. What, so you're saying some other company made the game and then gave it to you and said, here. And then you're like, oh, we can't make New Game Plus out of this because it wasn't designed from the beginning to implement it.
Hiss got in. Boom. The nail. Pile of smoking rubble.
Marshall blew up the nail? What the hell was she thinking?
Ronnie, you're going to have to refer that Gibbs fellow to human resources. Exactly. You know, he's got a lot of explaining to do.
The hiss got in. The Foundation is overrun. I was out of time and out of options. I took all the C4 I could get my hands on and strapped it to the nail. Boom. A desperate move, but it's better off in pieces than in enemy hands. Trench wouldn't be thrilled. He always said how vital the nail was. How it was the Bureau's duty to protect it. Bullshit. Those years spent in the director's chair warped his priorities. In the end, he valued order over people, the advice of invisible voices over that of old friends. He lost sight of who he was. The board made sure of that. But I did my duty. The hiss can't corrupt a pile of smoking rubble. My last act as head of operations. I'm done. At least I could take those bastards down with me.
Sheila, then they should have said that there won't be New Game Plus, and it's fine. Exactly, Sheila. The fact that they kept on for years saying that they were working on a New Game Plus, to then only be like, we couldn't do it, the game wasn't designed from the start to implement it. Sorry guys, but here's a thing that we should have actually had you been able to do from the start, like have your hood on the whole time. It's like, we won't give you something that is like a big thing, but we'll give you something that we should have done in the first place. Justice Groupie, thank you so much for the follow. Shirley, I forgot to add, and please buy our 60 euros DLC that wasn't part of the season pass. Exactly, Shilla. And the thing was, all they could have done is they could have just released a statement and said, for those who have gotten the season pass, we are working on another major DLC. We can't tell you the details of it yet, but there is one in development. At least then people would be like, okay. And then to follow that up with, they could have been like, we're going to extend the first season pass to actually also include it for those who have already bought the season pass. You know, they could have just done it that way.
All right, this is the last one. I can't believe Marshall's brilliant plan was to blow up the nail. And she thought I wasn't ready.
Been good. I haven't had much trouble with these in this playthrough. In my last playthrough where I did this DLC, it spent a while because you got two things happening with these spheres. You've got things that you need to shoot away that will come back after a certain amount of time, versus the rate at which your weapon can reload, versus the fact that there's also pieces on the sphere that have to be pulled outwards so that they complete the actual shape of it at the same time as well. Sheila, that would have been fine. You bought Odyssey Season Pass on sale for one reason. It included AC3 Remastered. Yeah. Because when they do stuff like that, it's a matter of what is included that I'm willing to pay the money to get as well. And I just think that what they should have done is all that content that they released over the years that was free, they should have actually waited until there was the second year and then make that content free. But then that DLC, the Dawn of Ragnarok one, they could have had it where people who bought the season pass would have been given Dawn of Ragnarok already, and anyone who could buy the season pass would be,
There. Easy as pie.
Fuck. But that's the last one. I fixed it, didn't I? Should be better now, not worse. Emily will know. I hope.
Sure, the game didn't need Ragnarok or the Forgotten Saga. Ireland and Paris' DLCs were more than enough, and this game still had plenty of content. Oh, hell yeah, Schiller. Yeah, and the fact that for the Japan set one, AC Red, they want to do 3 years of post-launch content. How much of that content is going to be, oh, surprise, we've got this DLC that we didn't tell anyone about. Pay us full price for it that you would pay for a game, please,
what did you do? What is causing these tremors?
I thought you could tell me. I completed the 4 rituals, just like the board told me to. The astral bleed should have stopped.
Look, it has stopped. The nail is repaired. But we have a new problem. My analysis of the nail indicates that it is literally a piece of the astral plane. Or possibly a vessel containing the astral plane. Or both. Either way, right now both dimensions are vibrating at completely incompatible frequencies. The spatial friction they are generating is incalculable. It's going to destroy both planes.
I messed this all up. Maybe Marshall was right to destroy the nail. I should have left it in pieces.
No, then the astral plane would still be leaking in. Sometimes there's no right answer, Jesse. We need more information.
No. I need to fix this, now. I'll figure something out.
No, we should really make a plan. The tremors are originating from directly below us, but we don't know what...
Perfect. I'll head down and take care of whatever's going on. Just do what you can from here.
Jesse, you can't just...
I have to, Emily. I'm the director. This is on me.
If you're not gonna listen to me, then you better go figure out how to stop this. There's no telling what could happen if the vibrations escalate.
I'll see you later, Emily.
Good luck. Take notes. Don't be a stranger.
Stranger? Sheila, and you're fine with that last quest they implemented to tell the story of how Eivor left England to finish up her story, but Ubisoft must remember that quality goes over quantity. Absolutely. And I just think they're too far gone as a company now to go back to a more stabilized approach with their games, you know.
Oh, hello, Director.
And the thing is, because they're going to be relying more on the AC series now and making lots of content for it, some lessons of the past that they should have learned with their annual release cycle may be being made again. You know what I mean? Like, oversaturation does not, you know, help. Like, yeah, having a lot of content for something may make people happy that there's new content to experience, but it can also have the other effect where people get sick of having all that stuff, and it's like they may as well put money and resources into coming up with another full game instead, you know. Hey there, Spectrum. I hope things are going well. Your character jumped and made a hup sound, then you hiccuped and it sounded exactly the same. Oh, really? It's so funny when that kind of stuff happens. Sheila, but Rod, they're releasing a pirate game soon that will be something. Yeah. They're going to have to do big money for that game. Unacceptable behavior memo from the desk of Director Northmore. To all Foundation personnel, it has come to my attention that members of our exploration teams have been relieving themselves of their God-given liquids in the chasms of the Foundation. As per earlier orders, all personnel currently serving in the Foundation must expel fluids, urinate, do their business, exclusively, into the correctly colored and labeled vials provided by research personnel. To do otherwise disrupts the ongoing study of the Foundation and demonstrates a profound disrespect not only for the Board and its oldest house, but also for the Bureau you so proudly serve. If I discover firsthand any agents treating the Oblivion as their personal lavatory, they will be forced to go down there and personally clean up their mess. Signed, Director Broderick Northmore. Sheila, you'll definitely play Black Flag next month. Oh yeah. I won't do a full playthrough of Black Flag, but I'm gonna do a kind of like, you know, I'm just going to do a stream of Black Flag doing all the pirate stuff you can do on the day that Skull and Bones releases. I won't be Spectrum myself, no. Hey, Max. Good morning to you, dude. How's things?
I hope I know what I'm doing. That was just the top of the nail? How much deeper does the Foundation go?
Entry day plus 118. I have changed. Though it's hard to know how or why. I no longer need tools to detect the house's veins, to hear it breathe. I can feel its blood churning beneath my bare feet. I have added my own illustrations to the walls, trying to solve some mystery that the oldest house whispers to me. I have to avoid the it as I do so. They haunt me. I don't blame them. They're just following the Pillar's orders. Even poor Adam doesn't seem to recognize me anymore. I've spent a long time contemplating the etchings of the tree and its roots. Did you know this city used to be a forest? I wonder if our oldest house wore a different face back then. Or if it was always here. A 21st century office building since time immemorial. Can a place know the future? Can it change its skin? Can it wander? I always thought the esoteric world was my father's, not mine. But here, in this sacred place, I finally understand his devotion and his awe.
Max, things are going. How about you? They're going. Well, that's good that they're in motion, Max. As for me, things are going great. Finished the main game of Control, and so we're getting close to finishing this first DLC, and then I'll be able to do the Alan Wake related DLC when it's Thursday for me, and then I can just jump straight into Alan Wake 2 to do my second playthrough, this time doing the New Game Plus that was released recently. Oh yeah, I've been really looking forward to it, Max. Having played Alan Wake 2 already, going back and replaying Alan Wake 1 again, and this again, and the DLC for Alan Wake again for this game, there's been some things that I've, well, I even did...
growing like crazy here. It's almost like they're trying to stop me.
I even did the American Nightmare game this time around. I hadn't done it for years, so I thought it was a perfect opportunity to do so now having played Alan Wake 2. Because the last time I played Alan Wake's American Nightmare, there was no Alan Wake 2 yet.
Astral spike. HRA was damaged. The board said it.
When Marshall blew up the nail, the board attacked her. I don't fucking like it.
I tried to get out after the detonation, but the astral spike came out of nowhere. I escaped, but my HRA was damaged. I'd bet a year's salary the board sent it. We never did see eye to eye. They have too much control over Trench, the Bureau, the House. They make themselves part of every important process. Nothing a little C4 can't fix. 2 birds, 1 bomb. Christ, what a mess. But I stopped the hiss. I did it. If Faden did her part, then the Bureau is safe. Until the next thing. Jesse has good reason to hate the Bureau. But that could be what we need right now. She won't follow the same path. Won't fall into the same traps. She'll lead her way. So, Director Faden, here's my last lesson. You can't save everybody.
Hears the house. Their ears are too full of lies. We were shown the way inside so we could help. But all we've done is fall victim to the same parasite. I should have seen the web earlier. The strands between Northmore, the pillar, the gun, the id. What hope did we have? Thrown into this conflict beyond our comprehension. I've decided to rejoin the Bureau in the upper levels, to end my long absence spent in the Foundation. Northmore will be angry at me for disobeying him. That's just his way. But I don't care. I need to remain in the oldest house to help however I can. I doubt I can steer the Bureau back on the right course, but I have to try. How did I go so long without a purpose? Without devotion? I can hardly remember how it felt. I realize how grateful I am to Father for setting me on this path. I wish I could tell him that.
Director. I need a ranger at this location immediately.
Reinforcements are here!
Marshall? You're alive.
Soon you will no longer recognize us, or yourself, or him, or her, or them. Family is dead. The walls are broken, but yellow and red and young.
God damn it.
Inverted is made right. Leave your
Fuckers,
innocence.
take everything. I am not letting you take this.
You've always been the new you. You want this to be true.
This is Director Faded. I require backup at this location. this is Director Faded. I require backup at this location.
I'll hound you night and day. Then be a good dog. Sid, stay. Thanks for redeeming another quote from Secret of Monkey Island.
Send a ranger out. Director's orders.
Make... Wait for the director!
Feels like trying to swat a fly in a sandstorm and hurricane. Hey Zaius. Oh, that's good you're playing Alan Wake 2. Nice. Zaius, you got the platinum on this game in PS4 and PS5. Too many hiss waves. Yeah, they definitely throw it at you in this game, that's for sure. You fucking motherfucker.
Director Faden here. Send backup to my location.
No worries, Ronnie. Hope you have a great one, dude. Thanks for being here. Catch you next time.
Nice to see a director out in the field.
I'd like to highly recommend people check out Ronnie's channel. He's doing a playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2, stealing all the hats in the game, killing the enemies, stealing their hats, having a great time. He also wears a hat when he's playing the game as well, so he's wearing a cowboy hat. A great streamer with a great channel, so highly recommend. You have a good one, Ronnie. Hope your day goes well.
The nail is corrupted. It explains why the board wasn't answering and what's causing the quakes. Marshall came down here to stop this. I should have been with her. I could have saved her. But I can still save everyone else. Well, fuck you too.
Oh, I'll be sure to.
Let's play it smart. They don't need to know I'm onto them. Not yet, anyway.
There we go. Alright, so what was this? Weapons mod, full projectile speed. Really, game, you're gonna do this to me? Fine, whatever.
The nail is secure. The Hiss can't touch it. I can't undo the astral bleeding in the Foundation, but at least it's stopped.
Along with the seismic activity. You did it, Jesse. Did you ever find Marshall?
I did. She's gone. She died thinking she'd save the Bureau. Not a bad way to go. I wasn't ready for this crisis. I didn't even see it coming. But I promise, I'll be ready for the next one. I mean, what good is a director who can't hold her Bureau together?
I thought I know how to handle things, now that I'm the director. Clearly, it's not that simple. I need to choose a direction for the Bureau. It should be one that serves our goals, not the board's. Whatever those are. I need to lead my way.
Now that this nail business is handled, I should probably be getting back to executive. But maybe I'll keep poking around. Just for a little bit.
Has the nail been doing anything since we restored it?
Define anything. Anything unusual? Define unusual.
Emily.
Sorry, but the answer is a whopping yes. Now that it's whole, the nail is emitting a constant field of, well, think of it like low-level radiation. It seems to suppress any biological matter it encounters. This explains why nothing grows here and why the Bureau had to abandon the area. Prolonged exposure would certainly begin affecting neural processes.
Wait. Was the field created when I cleansed the nail?
I considered that, but the nail's readings are quite different from the ones I recorded at the cleanse control points. I think the nail's field is purely of its own making. In fact, I think it would passively prevent any Hiss corruption, like the HRAs do. Which makes me wonder what actually occurred when you cleansed the nail.
I've been wondering about that myself.
Did the board let the Hiss corrupt the nail? Did they want me to cleanse it? If so, why?
What do you know about Director Northmore?
Well, he was Director Trench's predecessor, and Northmore's famous for being the first board-appointed director. See, before we found the oldest house, directors were picked by committees of old men in suits, drinking cognac and smoking cigars or whatever. You know, standard, uninteresting methods.
I think the word you're looking for is bureaucratic.
Or antiquated. Regardless, Northmore was eventually forced to... Well, we don't need to go into that. Strangely, the only two board-appointed directors left the position under unusual circumstances. If the board appoints a director, then how do they retire them? I doubt they go out and buy you a gold watch. Sorry, Jesse, I didn't mean to imply that...
Don't worry. If anyone's getting shown the door, it's them. What do you know about an entity named Former?
I can't say I've heard of it. You got any details for me?
Well, imagine a one-eyed bug thing. I think it was a part of the board, but then something happened and now it's... separate?
Interesting. See, I always wondered if the board was some sort of entity or group or conglomerate of linked consciousnesses, but this supports the group theory. Although I could have undergone some sort of corporeal exile. Too many unknowns to form a working hypothesis yet, but I can prioritize this matter in future astral dives if you think it's important.
Fortune favors the prepared. Do it. I'm gonna keep looking around.
I wish I could go with you, but I still need 30 hours of training before I can do field work.
We'll work on that.
30 hours of training. Dr. Casper, darling, if you exit to the main menu and reload, you get ported to a control point. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't, though, because I wasn't sure, because we just had a boss fight and we had to actually go to a specific point for a cutscene. I didn't want to risk having to do that fight all over again. Hotline, unread, departure. Alright, before I end the stream, I just want to do a preview of what's to come in the next stream, which will be the Alan Wake related DLC.
Clean out every last hiss with one thorough sweep, room by room. But if there's a building shift and even one get behind our line, then... Fuck, this place is a pain in the ass sometimes. Man, I never thought I'd be working in the executive sector. Look at me now, Ma.
I'll see you later.
You know where I'll be.
Sorry, ma'am. I took them. Darling asked for any visual...
I've looked through the docs we found in Dimensional Research. That slide projector is extremely powerful. You were right to shut it down.
Well, I've got a bureau to run. See you soon.
Yes, ma'am, Director Faden.
Please, Emily. Not even as a joke.
Alright, I'm not actually going to go to the elevator yet. But let's have a look. Oh no, hang on, I've got to trigger it, that's right. I'll have to trigger it by going to the elevator. But I'll still do it though. This is a preview for tomorrow's stream.
Director.
Darkness engulfed the elevator. There was something there, reaching for her, trying to make her act. It was a distress call. Faden sensed a drowning man, a hunger in the dark. Investigation sector.
Investigation sector, huh? We should check this out.
We will, Jesse, in the next stream. When I start the next stream doing that Alan Wake DLC, I'll actually go into the menu and play that video in full. Because there is more information than what we heard there, but I just wanted to do that as a tease ahead of tomorrow's stream.
Everything's good here, Director.
This is where I'm going to end the stream of Control. So made some really good progress. I mean, this stream carried over into Thursday and that, but in any case, this is where I'm going to end the stream, and the next stream you'll see from me will be the Alan Wake DLC as well. Dr. Casper, skip the DLC side mission with the slide projector. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I want to get this game done and start Alan Wake 2. That's okay, Lucinda. Absolutely no worries at all for the stream. Thanks for the GGs, Lucinda. And thank you for the GGs as well, Schiller. Muchly appreciated. Okay, so we're going to raid out to Crocodiles, who's playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag. would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. She'll also be doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Mirage as well. A big, massive fan of the Resident Evil series, as well as Dying Light, Last of Us, and The Evil Within, as well as the Dishonored series. A great streamer, so I highly recommend checking out. Same with Schiller as well. He's doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered. Also did a playthrough recently of Skyrim for his first time. And he's doing a second playthrough of that soon where he'll be getting all the achievements in that. He's also a fan of the Dark Pictures horror series and also doing a playthrough of The Quarry as well, a game also by Supermassive. And also highly recommend checking out Dr. Ronnie as well. He's doing Red Dead Redemption 2. He actually wears a hat when he's streaming, and he changes what hat he's wearing depending on what game. And so he'll be wearing a cowboy hat for Red Dead Redemption 2. And in that game, he likes to kill enemies and steal their hats and have Arthur wear it. So highly recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. We're going to go and raid to Crocodiles and see how he's doing with Black Flag. Lucinda, absolutely no worries for the shout out. No worries at all. And same to you as well, Schiller. No problemo. There's a general raid message that people can feel free to use. Here is a raid message with some free follower emotes. We'll also throw one in chat with some subscriber emotes as well. There we go. There's a raid message for subscribers to be able to use. So the current schedule, Monday to Friday, Control. Now that we've finished the Foundation DLC, the next content up will be the Alan Wake Experience DLC. Once that is done, I'll be starting my second ever playthrough of Alan Wake 2, but this time around on the New Game Plus that was released recently. And on the weekend, I'll be starting my annual 2024 Red Dead Redemption 2 playthrough. I haven't actually put it there in that schedule in the wording, but there is going to be a different approach that I'm taking to the game as well. But I'm going to reveal what that is at the end of my Alan Wake 2 stream on Friday. If you see me, on Friday, because that'll be obviously the next day before Saturday. I confused myself because I'm now doing Alan Wake 2 on Thursday as well as Friday. So the Monday to Friday game will actually change to be Alan Wake 2 once I've finished the Alan Wake Experience DLC for Control. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hope you all have a good one, and catch you next time.